Hey, happy Wednesday. I was gonna go live 30 minutes ago, but I've been struggling with the my my equipment and logistics here. So this is an app, a project that I created here on this YouTube channel over 2 years ago, and I'm trying to adjust some things here. All right, and there was quite a bit of interest in it, and it took over 35 weeks to build, over 35 sessions on Saturday mornings and a few miscellaneous through the week. And we have built this system, and a lot of people still show interest for this project. So I'm going to revive it, refresh it, and go through all the steps to install it. And uh, any comments that you guys have, any things that you want to bring up, maybe add some more features to this, I'd love to hear it. So I have brought up a utility app that helps me create SharePoint lists. So I've got that going on. Here is the ERD diagram for this project. And these were the requirements that we started with. Okay. Now, this application, if you were to take the MSAP file and upload it into your environment, because the SharePoint lists aren't already created, it's having a hard time to function properly. So getting all these SharePoint lists created in a site is probably number one priority here. And I've given this thing a name, this application name. I'm going to call it Track a Ticket. Track a Ticket. And this will be version 2.0 because there's a lot of things that we need to update. All right. And as we're covering this, if you're interested in what we're doing here, you might be interested in the Black Friday. Yeah, the Black Friday special offer. The information and the links are down below in the description if you'd like to find out more about that. Otherwise, let's just jump in and start getting some stuff done. Now, I am going to keep an eye on the chat here. So, all right. So I've got this utility app, and I plan to package this as a separate Canvas app that will just create these lists. So what I want to do here, I'm going to duplicate the screen. Which might take a little while. Okay, there we go. And I thought I had a backup down here. Maybe not. Okay. First thing I want to do is make sure that menu is on top. And the spinner is on top of that. So let's bring that to the front. Go find the spinner. And we'll bring that to the front. Okay, very good. And what this screen is going to do is it's going to show us a listing of all the SharePoint sites that are available here within this tenant. So I've got things set up so they dynamically move. Okay, so I say that we, now if I were to hit this button here, I'm going to try to hit back a few times. I'm hoping that the back button is going to... Is the app responsive? It is not yet. So if that is important to you, then we can definitely make it responsive. That's no problem. Okay, this is what I was looking for. So if I hit cancel, okay. Now, this particular app right here, well, let's see if this thing is responsive. Not so much down here, but this app is probably what everybody's, you know, looking to work with. So we could add that to a backlog feature of something that we'll add. Okay. Go back to this. Okay. And this container here, I'm going to say CNT for container, create new SharePoint site. That is what that is for. And then in this container, I think I'd like to get rid of that. Now if I save and run, hit cancel, here we go. And what I'd like to do is add over, let's add over a container here. And I'm going to put just a normal container here. Now this utility is just going to be used by you just to get all your SharePoint sites created very quickly. Okay, that should probably take up the full. There we go. That's going to work out. And then for this, what we'll do is we'll tie into the theme, the app theme, and we'll look at what the that's the secondary color. That's a bit much. So we got primary. We have, there's an accent. At least I thought there was. Let's go take a look at what is in our app theme by going to App Formulas. Okay, so we're doing a lookup over here in this collection. And I'm sure this top one is the main that we're using. Okay. We have secondary, we have accent. There we go. There's accent. Gee whiz. Let's go with primary 50. Does that look good? That's a bit too much. Yeah, that's dark. That doesn't look bad at all. Okay. Okay. Let's go with a radio control here. I'm going to go with the modern radio control, radio list. And let's give this, well, get to the color, the font color here. And let's go with FX app theme dot primary. But I think I'd like to go, okay, that's lighter. I might go with that one. Let's and then for this guy, we could just use the regular primary. Okay. So the options for this would be, you could use whatever site that you've selected here, or you could create a new one. So I'm going to take this button away and I'm going to put it in here. Okay. And probably need to go look in the items. Okay. And let's look at this gallery. Here's this gallery name. And in its items, let's go with that gallery dot selected dot maybe title. Okay. And I might say something like use existing site. Or what we're going to do those are the two options. I'll make this a bit wider. Okay. And for these font sizes, or these font colors, it really needs to be something a little more darker. So if I go with primary, man, the IntelliSense just isn't coming up today, is it? Primary 25 is very dark. Okay, I like that. Now what I might do for this container is I'm going to go with semi-bold on the, actually I'm going to go with regular. The border on this, let's spice up the border on that container. And it's a bit dark, but let's go with maybe 50. There we go. All right. Might get this guy a little closer. There we go. What do you guys think so far? All right. I want to put a label in here. Maybe have a welcome message. Oh, it takes a long time to bring over a label. Bring that over here and this application's purpose is to create SharePoint lists for a track ticket 2.0. All right, so this application purpose is to create a SharePoint list for the deployment of Track a Ticket 2.0. And we should probably make this a little bit bigger. And I want to go get the font color we used there. Here we go. Okay. And the font size of those radio buttons are really small. So I'm looking for font size. Let's put in here 18. That'll be nice. Okay. So the text of this button, you know what? I'm going to say continue. And we could still use an icon in a button. Continue. It might be a right arrow. Why not? Well, we probably want the icon after the text. And I'd like to adjust the width to maybe be 130 instead of 140, 120. Okay. Let's get this a good, meaningful name, RDO for radio button list. I'm just going to call this SP for SharePoint options. And whenever they click on this button, if the selected dot they'll give me IntelliSense if I selected that value. Okay, that's what I need. If that okay. If the selection starts with looking for my options here. There we go. The text and the starting text. Mm-hmm. So we turn that on. If it starts with use, then they just want to use the current one. Otherwise, I say we just go on to a different screen. So I'll duplicate that screen. All right. And then we could take off the gallery on the other side. Because the first screen did that. And I'm going to use okay, I guess I can just delete that guy. Wow. All right, I'm going to create another container in here so everything has something to look at. All those formulas will work. Okay. So if I made the width of this to be 0, okay, that's good. Now I almost want to populate this like set a default for the radio. So I'm going to go into items and so let's go find default selected items. And what we're going to do, let's see if we could say self dot items. Okay, we do have selected items. And that should be a table. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to say last, the last one dot value. No, it should be happy with the record. Okay, I'm gonna I'll use that. Okay, so what would be nice is if we had the items in a collection. I really, really don't like to have hard-coded values like this. But what I can do is I can copy that, and when the screen loads up, what can we do here? We could probably a good thing to do would just be to throw it into app formulas. And let's put this in here. FX first option set. So we've got that, and we'll say, well, there's the whole thing right there. Okay. And if we use this, I wonder if it's going to change as we select different items there. So I'm going to comment that out for now. And for the items, we're not going to use that. We're going to use that thing right there. All right, so if I click on a different site, it does change that. That's nice. Okay. Now there is a lag right when you click on it. Now I have flows that go out and check things that made the page of where it was before. It made it all operate, but I don't know that we need to do all that here. So this thing doesn't need to be indented like that. Let's see. Actually, do that and bring this back a little bit. Now we don't need to go get all the lists for the selected. So I'm going to take that out. And here we're getting a full list of all the SharePoint sites. And what we could do, no, we can't. I was thinking about putting this into the app formulas, but you can't put imperative code in there. Hey, M Chandra. Yeah, thanks for joining. And thanks for joining as well, searching. All right. So I think what I might do is put this thing I'm going to cut that and put it in the loading screen. Okay. We'll put that right there. And then if we ever need it again, like we need to do a refresh or something, because calling that flow, it does take a few seconds. All right. I feel like we need a refresh button here just in case we want it. So I'm going to say icon. Make sure you pick a classic icon because the modern icons don't have a on select. So I'm just going to add any little icon right here. And I'm going to go in and I'm looking for something that would be like a refresh or a reset. There we go. There's the reset. And let's give it some good padding all the way around and give it a white color. And its width should be the same thing as the height. So I'm going to say self.height. And then on the unselect, I am going to use my Windows button paste, and I think that's what we need right there. Okay. Wow, the font size I think is really small here. This is a little weird. What is the padding around here? I guess it doesn't have any padding defined. Okay. Font size, let's go with 28. I mean, we've got a lot of room to work with here. Okay, so the fill, I'm going to use fx theme dot primary 75. About 15 or 25. Let's go with 50. Okay. And then the font color, we would want that to be white. And of course, maybe give it some padding all the way around. So the height, let's go with 35. Ooh, 130. There we go. Font size, let's go 24. That's going to be more legible. Okay. All right. The left side seems to need some help on that padding. There we go. And something about labels, we could give it a border radius. That'd be sort of cool, huh? Look at that. That looks nicer. Could do the same thing here. Oh, yeah, that looks nicer. Now, the radio buttons, the radio circles, they don't look very dark at all. So let's take a look at that. Really? They don't have any... Well, I guess all the styling happens right here. Okay, the color palette. Let's use fx at theme dot primary 25. Let's go with like 36 on that. Wow. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, I remember we wanted the first one to be, or actually the last one, of the FX. Okay, there's like option set, radio, option, first option site. No, I want the first, let's see, use the current site, create a new one.
The chief, and is it clear?
To adjust my AC, it's getting a little chilly. Okay, so create a new site. And in this button, we've got an on select. So if we're going to use an existing one, we're going to look at that gallery and pass it into the next screen, which is that one. We do have some backups. That's good. All right. So create lists. screen. That's the name of it now. And let's make sure. Bring that to the top. I'll bring the spinner to the top. Very good. So here we'll do a navigate. Screen, transition. I guess I like fade. And let's pass in a parameter. And I'll call it LOC. SharePoint site. Yeah, we'll go with this guy. And we'll actually give it the gallery dot selected. There we go. Otherwise, we'll just have that pop up. So, create a new SharePoint site, hit the button. What do we got? It probably popped up underneath all this other stuff. So we'll go in here and move this forward. This container 3, that needs to be choice to be made. LOC new record. And I'm not seeing this thing become visible. So let's go. Okay, it does say false. And we set it to be true here. Wow, that's a little odd. Click. Nothing. Use the Darenice website. That works. Right. All right, I'm going to go back. This cancel gets rid of that. There's that container. I'm going to move this up a little bit. And why not change this border radius to like 10? Okay. So I'm going to hit the cancel button. Huh. So if it starts with use, then it does that. Otherwise, oh, look at this. I don't have a comma right there. Sometimes it helps to like I'll go in here and say false part, true part. Okay. So now that should work. There we go. And what I'm going to call this is track a ticket. That's going to be the name of the site. Now, I like to say SharePoint site because when you create a new SharePoint site, it's like it creates a team or a security group and all kinds of stuff like that. And if you just say track a ticket in drop downs, you'll see that, and you're thinking you're getting at something that you really aren't. So I put SharePoint in there, so I know, oh, that's a SharePoint site. Okay, so that's what it's going to be called. And if I hit create site, it should create it for me. There's my SharePoint site. Isn't that cool? You do know what's cool. So that we're going to be working on the ticketing system. So you can imagine somebody sends a ticket in to create a SharePoint site. You could just hit one button and it would just create it for them. That'd be sort of cool. All right, so here's the site. Very good. And what I don't have is the track a ticket item here within, let's see. What do I want to do here? Okay, so the data source is this collection, and it doesn't have the latest one in there. So that just needs to be refreshed. Okay, so what we need to do here is after that runs, we should probably call the select of this icon. So I'm going to call this ICO refresh SP site listing. Create that, and then if I go on this button here, it will go off and create that. So if I click on that again, it's this button here that calls the flow that goes to, well, I can't be too sure of that. There's no code in here. Why? Okay, there it is. She was. All right. So it runs this to create this site. We launch that in a browser. Oh. We call that. All right. So what I would do here is select that icon. So I'm hoping that will populate it properly. All right. So I'm going to click on this button again. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4. Create the site. I'm expecting to see testing 1, 2, 3, 4 over here. Huh, and I don't see it. And I think it might take a while for that listing to be updated for the flow, because if I were to open up the flow, okay, now I've got a weird error here that I'm not going to try to resolve here on the live stream. However, I can go in here and they should pop up just fine. And what I want to do is we get sites. Let's edit that one. So it calls a SharePoint API. It gets up to 500 records. Hopefully you have less than 500 SharePoint sites in your organization. If not, I guess you could increase that. So this API, what the table looks at, it might take a while for it to sort of propagate out. That's one way of putting it. And sometimes it happens over time. So if I hit this, let's see if we get a whole new list now. Click on that button there. Hmm. And what I want to know is why didn't it take longer? So really what we should have is set global show spinner. We turn that to true. We change it to false there. Especially if you're calling Power Automate flows, because sometimes those take a while to execute, and perhaps you don't want your users to be clicking on more things while that thing is going off and doing its thing. All right, I'm gonna hit that button, and I see no spinner come at all. Okay. So let me go look at this. We have show spinner. I'm going to make a copy of that button. And I'm going to make this button a toggle. So I'll just say not that. That's what it should look like. Yeah. So, Bisam, greetings from Tunisia. Is that how you pronounce that? Did I pronounce that right? Thanks for sharing with us. Well, thanks for joining with me. Okay. That button, I want that button to let's see, there's the choice. It's this button right here. I'm going to cut that and make sure it's on the top here. And now if I hit it again, it should get rid of it. Okay. Now if I click on that, I'm not seeing the new sites. I wonder if I said notify. Getting sites now. Okay. It like it's executing very quickly. But look at this. It's not getting any data. Why is that? Interesting. I mean, it got this listing of You know what? I do have some air trapping and app on air. So what I'm going to do is go check my email. Maybe I've got some good helpful stuff over there. So let me go over. There's Outlook. That was funny. Okay. So this is like a reminder to configure the template. But it's not really an error. Okay. I'm gonna figure this out, guys. All right. Look at that. SharePoint. Okay, we do a search. Okay, when this screen loads up, it doesn't do anything. But this loading does. In fact, if we go over here to on visible, it goes through and does this. And it doesn't have any data. Okay, well, so this is list get. That is the wrong global. GBL site list get. Okay, now I'm going to check my email again here. Mm-hmm. Huh, this is interesting. This part right here, so it's on this page is on visible. I'm gonna cut that. Listing a list. Yeah, that does not get what I want. I want the, okay. I don't want to get a listing of lists there. Okay. So if I create a new SharePoint site, whenever I click on this button, it should add it over there. So we have something here. PA is for Power Apps, SP is for SharePoint, site create, and it runs it with all this. And here we go get a refresh of the site listing. We don't need the lists yet, but it should be getting it, but it's not. So what we're going to do, now is that thing used over here? Where does that get populated? Of course, the screen is referencing it for that. Okay. And then over here on the on visible, okay, so this is what was needed right here. After we get that, we get the GBL result, and then we use that GBL result right there. Okay, I'm gonna copy that. Okay. And that should do it. And I don't see it. Okay, so what I'm going to do to combat this, the fact that I guess SharePoint isn't going to give you an updated, fresh listing of the sites, is I do want to take these two things, and I want this to happen on the loading screen. Hmm. So I'm just going to paste that code there. Let's see if we have anything on the result. I think I cut it out before. So that's why I was having a hard time finding it because I took it out. All right. So when the app loads up, it's going to the loading screen. Then it's going to go over here. And then if they really want to refresh list, they can click there. And I'm hoping that like I'm expecting the testing 1 2 3. I'm expecting the other thing for the track a ticket. But perhaps what we should do is we create it. Attempted flow run. LOC flow result. We use it down here anymore? No. Um, we should be able to recreate this. In memory and then put it in the collection. So right here, we could just do this. So every time they create a new, I think about it, they should only be creating one site, for this project. But hmm, I think what I'd like to do here is make this code more efficient by, instead of doing that, there we go. We select it right there. And then what I'm going to do, instead of doing a clear collect, I'm just going to do a collect. And so the title, okay. Some of this stuff looks a little odd. Like, why is this label? These labels should only be like 30. Yeah, that's weird. I want to zoom out, select all these guys. 30. There we go. And I want to say just txt email. I just want to keep it simple. txt root sp URL. So we got that. Site name, txt site name. New site URL. You guys are quiet. Are you guys excited about building a ticket system? Or enhancing it? So I need to build this stuff because if you guys sign up for the membership, you know, you got to go over and you got to create all these tables in SharePoint. Do you want to do that? No, I wouldn't want to do that. So that's what we're doing right now is we're creating all these we're creating these screens to sort of streamline this for you. and then we could get to the fun stuff. Okay, so we've got all that, and we'll just do a collect here. Okay, take that out. Take that out. So TX title. Maybe it's like site name. Maybe that's what it should be. The URL. Here we go. We're getting there. A site ID. I don't think it's got a site ID yet. So what's an example of a site ID? See, anybody know? But you, it's like a GUID. Yeah. Ooh. All right. I think for now, I'm just gonna like give it a blank string, an empty string. Web ID. What? What's a web ID? Another GUID. Okay. So we'll do the same thing for that. Now the description, we'll say txt. There we go. Dot text created. I think I'm just gonna give it, well, I can't really put anything in there because the database will mess with that. In fact, I'll take those two things out. So we just got those three things. Okay. And anything we add will just go in there. Now, I'm sort of curious to see if it's going to go get the two sites that we already created. Look at that. Yay. There's a Trek A ticket SharePoint site. Okay. Get rid of that. I'm going to get rid of that, that notify. You guys ever heard of the runner's high? Developers have a high wherever they can't get something to work. And when they finally resolve it, they experience the programmer's high. Like you've overcome, like I just had that a moment ago. And you feel great. And the, what do you call it? The extent to which you struggled with it will directly affect how great you feel after you get it fixed. In fact, if this was something in my career, there's been bugs, not with power outs, but other stuff, where you could sit there and try to figure out a bug for like 2 days or so, um, and then if I were to fix that, like right now, if I was, messing with it for 2 days or 2 weeks, I'd get up and like start dancing around the house or something. Hey, Brian. Yeah. So you agree it's a good feeling. So you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. You know what's interesting? A lot of people watch my live streams, and I'm like, I don't even watch long videos. If I'm on YouTube, I'm looking for stuff under 10 minutes. Um, but the feedback that you guys give me is that, that you guys see that I experience the same issues that you guys might, Because if you never see others go through that, you might think that you're the only one having problems, you know. Now, when they click on this, it sets a variable. What variable does it set? That it's a new record. So if we're working with a new record, if it's a new record, I'll say use existing FX. What's it called? First option site. Yeah, Decipher says, I love your live streams where you're just building out a process. Nice to have in the background while I'm working and take breaks. Okay, cool. Yeah, thanks for sharing that. And I'm going to have a fair amount of free time. Maybe not so much tomorrow, but the rest of the week and the weekend where I'll probably be doing a lot of different live streams, maybe on this ticketing system, more than likely because a lot of people are interested. But I mean, we could cover other things. So there we go. If it's a new record, then I want to filter this. Starts with it's a radio. There it is. Okay. So dot selected dot value. If that thing starts with use existing, then it's going to return that one record. Otherwise, get rid of that. It's not going to work as well as what we're doing here. We'll say create. In fact, we should just go with use there as well. Okay. Creates a circular reference. Property cannot reference this up, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Really? Um, I mean, it does it. I mean, does self work here? Because yeah, we're referencing itself. Okay. Okay. Huh. I'm gonna change. My brain isn't working right. uh, Okay. So we have a collection that we're using for our radio. There's an error in it. Okay. Now, is that true? Yeah. First option site. And then on the default selected items, gee whiz, you know what would be simple? If it's a new, we'll do last. Otherwise, it'll be first. At least get it to work, and then we could refactor it. Okay. So I just did that. Is if I clicked on one, obviously I want to use that site. If I click on team site, okay. Okay, there we go. Now I wonder if we testing 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's see if that thing appears over here. It should. Okay. I don't know that I like that it brings it up like that. Maybe just provide a link down here if somebody wants to click on it. And I don't see it. And it should have added it. So I'm going to click listing of fields. It should not be there. Okay, so we have a collection. I'm sorry, a container. There's our choice, but this guy is the pop-up, and I'm looking for. Let's go look at this guy. We have collection of sites. Move that up. Why didn't it add it? I know I've got a site over here because there it is. Hmm. You know what I think I might do is I want to say new there. So what I'm going to do, I want to hit cancel. The one table app. Doesn't that sound fun? Hit continue. Okay. So I'm going to say testing 9999. Great site. Oh, yeah, it took a little while there. Okay, so now I'm expecting it definitely not to appear here, but we should have in this button's code, we should have at least one record here. Yeah, there we go. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a for all. You guys might find this interesting. Do a for all on this. Always use aliases. And I'm going to check to see if it's in there. So we're going to check and is blank. We should probably do an is empty, which is meant for rows and tables to see if there's something in there or not. And what we'll do is we will do a filter on the collection the gallery is looking at. Okay, so we're doing a filter on that where, let's just look at the title. Or I guess the URL would be more unique, right? So I'm going to say my.url. Boom. So I'm going to filter all that. If it's empty, I need an if statement. If. Empty, then I'm going to say collect on that. And what do I want to put in there? I want to put in that record. I should put it in there. And then what we'll do I think we should do it clear on that. I'm going to hit the refresh to see if it pulls it in. Nope. So this is the third one. Let's go with testing 04. How about that? So I got a question for you guys who are with me here live. Is out of all the projects that I've started or done here on live streams, is the ticketing system the most exciting, or like the one thing that you're interested in most? But I've got another project called the checklist inspection app. People like that one too. I've got a report generator based on photos and input. Um, Tell me what project you guys are most interested in. All right, we got testing 04, and I'm going to hit create site. I'm not seeing it yet over here. What's going on? All right. I'm gonna go look at this data. And we do not have a testing 4. But I manually added it. All right, so for this button, something doesn't seem right. Something's afoot. There's the flow result. I wonder what's in that flow result. I guess I can double click on that. It's not going to show me. So I'm going to say notify. I bet you that it's just probably JSON data. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say execution type success. And we'll make that be like 200 milliseconds. And then as we're going through, I'm gonna clear that guy out or comment the clear. And if it's empty, then we're going to add it. Yeah. And let's say my title. And here I'm going to say, well, give me 3 seconds. Okay. Now we have 05. Looking for that notify. Testing 5. Okay. It doesn't add it. What? Why? I want to say error on that guy. Update context, new record. No, I don't want to launch it. That's getting old. And then I call that thing. And look, there's testing 05 in there. And we're going through this. Sites list. If it's in, I don't know about this empty stuff. Is blank, but if you do that, you've got to. I'm going to do a lookup and just go with its title, which works on single. Is blank works on single values. Let's test 6. I'm going to go through and delete all these sites. Testing 5. I thought I called it 6. What? Look, it added testing 5 here. And what's taking so long? Got the champagne bubbles going and everything. All right. Talk to me, guys. Do you find this stuff interesting? I I don't like doing tedious work, grunt work in the way. I don't want to have to go create all these SharePoint lists and all the fields and everything. Now I do have. Let's go into this for the ticketing system, which is down here. And let me see. Did that finally finish? Okay, I want to turn that off. So it's trying to create the 6. Okay, this is odd. This is really odd. I want to go to Advanced Tools, a live monitor, and see what's going on. Oh, an error occurred. It should be. Testing 6, testing 5. So for this guy, I'm expecting the 05 not to have a bunch of other stuff in there. So testing 5 was manually added. Why is that? An error occurred here. Well, you know what? I'm going to click it again. Yeah, as a newer developer, I wouldn't mind watching a live stream, how you take on new projects, gather requirements, and build proof of concepts, wireframes. Be nice to see you do it all. Well, that's the reason why I'm doing the ticket. I've sort of gone back to the ticketing thing because I've had a few people express interest in it. And if you, I'm having a Black Friday sale on a new membership that includes the ticketing system. Now, if you go through this, here's all the requirements. Here is the video on designing the data. Here's wireframing and doing a prototype. Here I create all the lists. I guess I could sit here and go watch this, create all the lists. There should be a video there. What's going on? Yeah. Then I've got user. So all that is like the initiation and planning design of a software project. And then building the ticketing system. And if you're not familiar with, I'm going to turn off that monitoring there. If you're not already familiar, this is the ticketing system that isn't going to work until I get all those SharePoint things created. So I'm curious, Decipher is did you follow along with the playlist that's out there on that? Okay. So I'm going to go back here and let's see if we can get this wrapped up here. So I'm going to hit refresh. Okay, let's create a seventh. Look at that. It does testing 05. Yeah. Let's see here. Go see my content here. And so if you go over in the playlists, see if I can. There's so many playlists. Here we go. So there's the link to the playlist. Okay. So Decipher says, is it not saving your new test name to the global variable? Weird. Yeah. Um, hmm. Ooh, there's the new site URL. That's what needs to be in there. So we collect that, and then we go down here. Okay, it's got some issues with this stuff down here. Um, hmm. We're doing a lookup. Invalid argument type. Invalid argument type. Okay, whenever SharePoint starts doing weird things like this, you want to know what I really do is I just hit the refresh. But then you'll say, "Oh, somebody's working on you've got to, you're working on this." And then I'm like, you got to click on the override and all that type of stuff. It's not saving your new test name to the global variable. Yeah, that's weird. Decipher gets it, and then here we go. For me, though, one of the hardest things is to design good data model, plan list, and create functional relations with all of that. Do not lose control over all of this. Yeah. And I've got a lot of content that deals with that. Um, and there is quite a bit. Like I did a whole workshop on that. And if I go over to my workshops and go look at the classroom, go here. Designing relational data. There we go. And yeah, so we spent a good amount of time on that. But yeah. Yeah, thanks for sharing. Um, okay, so I'm back in the app, and what are all these things that it's complaining about all kinds of stuff. Hmm. Clerical act. Invalid argument type. What? That's not true. Global result. Wow, this is really weird. Hmm. Huh. It's not giving me a lot of useful information here. Didn't you assign whole controller to URL without specifying the controller pipe? That might be true. Uh, it's getting all this directly from SharePoint, so all this should be correct. Global result. And then over here, I think something's going over in the app formulas, perhaps. Yeah, there's an error. You see this little red dot right there, guys? It's just code comments. Okay, look at this. First option site. Okay. I'm going to turn this into a function. Maybe. And I'm going to create a type. You guys know you guys can create types now. It's great. Let me make sure it's turned on. Here we go. User defined types. And I'm going to call this FX single column text collection. And then you do a colon equals, I'm laughing because it's really long. Type. And then inside the type, you could do well, it's going to be value. And then you give it the type of this guy. I don't know why it's not giving me IntelliSense there. All right. Cool. But I said collection, didn't I? So that means I need to put a square bracket there and a square bracket there. And it does not like this. Oh, Got too much stuff in here. Okay, so that needs to be that. This needs to be parenthesis. All right. So we'll take this guy. Single column. Yeah, it's pretty descriptive there. And we will pass in a string, which is a site name. Next. Here we go. Right. And that should work. Bada bing, bada boom. All right. I do see this last comment by Mari Oots. Hopefully I pronounced your name right. I'll get to that in just a minute. And for this guy, I am in the items. Huh. Oh no, that's for the radio button. It doesn't take much to confuse me. And now it doesn't recognize it. Well, it's now a function. So now I can pass it this guy. Some invalid arguments. Well, that thing is messed up. All right, so let's see here. Just a minute ago, you changed URL property. Okay, maybe that's what's messing me up here. I'm flying blind here, guys. Well, we got a dark mode theme for free. Invalid argument type. Okay, so something you said here was you changed the URL property. So this is this line right here. Oh, yeah, that's a rookie mistake. Thank you. That probably was the big deal. Yeah. Okay. Now I'm going to hit refresh. In English, my name sounds something like Mariusz. Mariusz. Okay. All right. So now I'm just going to hit refresh here. Oh. All right. We got all kinds of SharePoint sites here. All right, let's see what's going on here. And by the way, look at this. All the sites have appeared here. There's testing 4 or 5. We need to fix this. So, new record. Okay, that's I guess what I need here. When I say that first or last. Okay, that's fixed. Okay. I want to create a new site, and I'm going to call this testing-06. Look at that, it added it. I'm surprised. I'm surprised my code works. All right, now I want to delete all these extra things. I don't think it's going to allow me to delete them very easily here. Maybe if I go into the site. Site. I didn't think this was this hard of a topic, but I'm going to ask my buddy over here. What's the quickest way to delete SharePoint site? Click the gear. Site information. Boom. Oh, look at that. Boom. Delete site. Easy enough. All right. So testing 999. I don't even know if I want a communication site. I wonder if it'll allow me. Because look, it's the root. I don't want to mess with that. Okay, 999 is no longer there. What about 04? I love that when you create the SharePoint site, the way that I do it through a flow, it doesn't put up all kinds of stuff all over the place. I just want something nice, clean looking, and only use it for storing data. So, okay, bye bye number 4. What about 5? You know what? Site information. Delete this site. I could get at this. You see that there's a URL, and what I could do, I would probably copy. So, by the way, what I've worked into this little icon here, it just opens up that SharePoint site. But what I could do, I need the first record selected there. And there's my icon. I'm going to copy paste. And I'm going to move this guy over a little bit. And let's give him a trash compactor. There we go. All right. So an example of a URL where we could delete stuff. Yeah, I'm going to use the so that should give me everything to that, I believe. So for example, if I bring over a label here, put it down here, make it bigger, grab the reference to the gallery, and I'll say the gallery.selected URL. Let's see what we get for the URL. Yeah, I gotta make that sites all company. Now, what happens when I click on this guy? Not all my personal. No, that's a different one because that's in the root. Oh, look, there's my track a ticket SharePoint site. That's the one I want to use. That's funny. Ugh. Okay. Okay. What we need is that right there. Okay. Let's try that out. Let's do a refresh. Let's see if it removes all the ones that we deleted. Well, I think it did. Let's look at this certificate manager and hit the trash can. Now look, it's working there. And this is the right site. And I can just hit delete. That's pretty cool. I like it. Picasso. Okay. Refresh, see if it takes some of them out. Okay, so this one's testing 05. I'm going to hit delete on that. See y'all. Testing 999. Well, that one's gone. Okay, what about testing 4? Nope, testing 4 is not there anymore. 5? Nope. 6? Delete. 1, 2, 3, 4. Gone. This guy, click on that. Gone. Yeah, you see what SharePoint does? It's still listing sites that don't exist. So it's like it has some type of a processor. Okay. For this moment, I'm happy with that. I want to be able to click on this list that I want to use, and then I'm going to hit that button, which should take me to the next page. And it does, the next screen. Okay, I don't really want anything like that. Let's see. On the loading screen, I've got some code that runs. And I don't think I want to know about it. And I'm going to... Okay, so that's taken care of. All right, so that should take us over here to create the lists. Okay. Now, we're sending over a site. Okay. Okay. And we need to use that extensively. Okay. So in here, I'll use that. You know what? Probably a global search and replace would work best. Or replace it with that. And there's 8 of them. Replace. Hey, there we go. We got rid of some errors there. All right. Label 107. No, we'll just make that 0 for now. Just positioning type of stuff. Also make sure that the menu is on top, and we go find spinner, move it to the top. Now, I mean, that site shouldn't have any lists, to be honest. So I think we're fine there. Okay, I'll get out of that. Ooh. All right, let's get a listing name of all the lists that we need to create. Now, I'm going to go find it, my other tenant. Hey, Wayne. Yeah, thanks for purchasing. Yeah, for those of you who have signed up for the membership, the link's in the description. I think you're going to be blown away by what all I'm including in that $47. So this whole course, and I'm going to revamp it, and there's going to be all kinds of cool stuff that's going to be in there. But it's not just the ticketing system; it's all kinds of other stuff. And I think let me bring up my it's called Heptabase. Sometimes I create charts in Heptabase. Yeah. So I wanted to simplify the offerings for everybody. So free, everything's free over here. Um, this is the Black Friday sale. It's going to be $97 a month, but for now until Tuesday, the day after Cyber Monday, it will go up to the 97. But you can get it for the 47 right now. And you get all my Jumpstart kits. You get practice labs and assignments, workshops, the PPC or the bite-sized videos, and existing courses like the ticketing system. So there's all kinds of good stuff in here. And if you ever want to know about the accelerator, you could reach out. That's typically we need to talk to you before enrolling in the accelerator, because we like to find out where you're at, where you're trying to go, what type of projects you're working on, that type of stuff. So yeah, thanks for joining, Wayne. Okay, so I'm going to log in to that guy there. And got a lot of sites over there on my main tenant. I might have to bring it up and look. Something I learned yesterday is you can only have 3 developer environments for a user account. Just in case you wanted to know about that. All right, so this is the ticketing system. Hopefully it's a ticketing system, at least the right one. And then I want to go to what the SharePoint list is. Man, Power Apps takes a while to load up, doesn't it? I got a question for you guys. What are you trying to do? What would you like to have done by the end of the year? Of course, January 1st comes around, and people are going to be doing their New Year's resolutions and stuff. But what are you trying to accomplish with Power Apps before the end of the year? Is it to create a ticketing system? Okay, so I'm going to go into data. Look at all these things. Let's edit the data. And we will go into site contents. And look at all these lists we got to create. And I want to like copy and paste these. Like, I guess I could. No, it doesn't allow me to do that. You know what I can do? I would love to end my project. I'm working alone and sometimes it drives me crazy. Well, what is your project? Is it a ticketing system, or can you disclose like what you're trying to do and what parts drive me crazy? Maybe I could offer some advice that might help you out quite a bit. All right, so we're in site content. Now, if I click on edit, what does edit do? Enable site navigation audience settings. I want to copy that. Okay. There might be a way of getting at that by, I've got an idea. Let's go here. It's my first project as a developer, and I definitely overcomplicate it. Yeah, that's what people do in their first project. um, yeah, so let me know if you need some help with that, and we could, especially if you're up for allowing me to help you over a live stream like this, so other people could learn from the answer I give you. Yeah. All right. So make sure I'm in the right tenant here, which is this guy. And I need to install a solution that has all those flows in there. So I'm going to import a solution. And we'll move that up there. I got a folder with all my MS app files in it. And it's Jumpstart Kit 2. Yeah, that guy's going to work out fine. I'm going to hit next. It is ticketing system for route to market salespeople. Really? So your ticketing system is just keeping track of the workflow of salespeople. Like there's some type of thing there, or do the salespeople get assigned a ticket? Okay, so I'm importing this guy. I'm going to hit next. Yes, import. Okay, so this solution, no, it's currently importing it. Okay. Yeah, if you could tell me more about your project, might be able to help you out and give you some advice here. Okay, I'm going to hit refresh. Currently importing it. They got some problems. They daily route and they can send us a ticket to resolve it. Okay. So going back up to your other description, which is route to market salespeople with their daily route. Huh. How do you resolve it? All right, I'm going to hit refresh again. It should be done. Nope, it's still working. All right, there's the ticketing system. I'm looking for the Jumpstart Kit version 2. There it is. It's done. The problem is those tickets are so different. Hmm. So you need like a really flexible data entry screen for the tickets, or do you want to have different ticket types, categories, and based on that category or type, it will gather more information or track things differently? If you can describe it, I can build it, or I can tell you how I would build it. Some are to change the whole route. Some move some clients from one day to another. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go in here and I'm going to see what this one app is. Oh, that's not anything I'm interested in right now. So what I'm looking to do is to do more live streams, but invite people to come on and we sort of help you get unstuck with things, which is typically what I do during or with my accelerator students. All right, 1 second here. All right, the wife had to ask me a question there. All right. Um, Now I'm looking for is this the right environment? That's the question. Okay, so the Jumpstart Kit 2 was imported. And over here, it should be here. Um, so I'm going to say Jumpstart. Okay. Sometimes when you don't see applications right away, you can go into the admin center. They've changed this up a little bit. Manage and this is the guy right here. And I'm going to go click on S2S apps. Is that right? Let's see here. Yeah, there we go. There's the Jumpstart Kit 2. So why doesn't it appear over here? Well, you know what? I can go over to details and I should be able to open up and modify it. And it's not going to open up in well, it actually might. No, this is not what I want. Um, well, it should appear here. There it is. You see how when things don't show up, you think you may you may have done something wrong, but really it's just a matter of the cloud servers or the processes just need to catch up to what you're doing. So one of the things that causes people problems with their projects is that they never identify what the minimal viable product is. And without doing that, you tend, or the stakeholders, project managers will just be on you continuously. And if you just give them a core or skeleton project with like the first main feature, for a ticketing system, in the course, what I did was I created one screen that allowed somebody to enter in a ticket and hit a button and it emailed somebody. Boom. There's your minimal viable product. And typically people just start adding more and more screens. Oh, it needs to do this. Oh, it needs to do that. And you never ship, you never deliver, you never deploy. And then it just becomes this huge mess. And 80% of software projects fail for one reason or another. Look at that. Yeah, one of the problems is that my company won't invest in premium licenses, so I cannot use Dataverse. Yeah, Dataverse it definitely is nice, but you can get stuff done with SharePoint. 70% of people use SharePoint, and mostly because of that problem with the licensing. How to build relations on SharePoint list, by the way, thanks for your video about user-defined types and begin to build relationships. Okay, well, here's a question. How do you set up the relationships? Do you do it the way that I recommend? And maybe you haven't found those videos yet, but if you do a search for Darren Neese and the word relationship, you'll find it. I highly recommend that you stay away from lookup columns for SharePoint. Now, lookup columns in Dataverse are actually a good thing, but in SharePoint was designed 20 years ago and was not designed for Power Apps, or Dataverse has been designed. So anyhow, if you look at the ticketing system, we use all kinds of relationships in the way that I recommend. But anyhow, what I want to do, yeah, here's that screen there. I'm going to duplicate it. So I have it back up. Okay. This is the site. It's called Power Apps Ticketing System. Ooh, there it is. Here's all my lists that we need to create. Isn't that cool? All right, so what I'm going to do, check this out. This is going to be really cool. There's a gallery. And here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to say for all items as my, and for each one of those, and we really don't need a for all. What we need is a concat. And we want to take display name. That's what we want. And we'll do a char 10, which was a line feed. Okay. There is a list of all of our lists, and it's sorted alphabetically. How nice is that, huh? Now, let's see here. Show level, screen use. Oh, it's good that we're creating screen use. That's good. Okay. Check this out. Control A, Control C. I want to go over here. I'll put all that in there. Okay. And I'll make this a little bigger. All right. I nested user-defined functions in implementing user-defined types and return types of data. I got objects with join SharePoint lists inside, thanks to that. Okay, cool. Sounds like you're doing some little bit of some advanced stuff there. Yeah, we just got user-defined types here recently. Okay. So I am in my Git sandbox, and what I want to do is create all of those lists. And I'm wondering, okay, that's just a container. That's not doing anything. Oh, now I remember what that thing was doing. Okay. So if I click on this listing of lists, oh, what is going on here? Nope, I don't need to do that. Okay. And here on this screen, going to on visible. That's the site list, which I don't need anymore. Show. Huh. Yeah, we don't need to go through. Well, let's see here. Nope, we don't need that. Okay. But this listing of lists, where does that get populated? Create list screen. On the on select of the SharePoint list listing, when people click on it, I go get that. Power SharePoint fields get. Um, let's see, does it reference any galleries that, like that gallery I deleted? Gallery, no. All right, I'm going to go to the original screen that we had, which is right here. And I'll make sure the flyout menu is on top. And then I'll go get the spinner, make sure that's on top. Very good. All right. So on the click event here, listing of fields, list get, collection of lists. Yeah, all this should be in my screen on visible. You know what I think is funny? This is Edge's pop-up window. And why isn't there a cut, copy, paste? That drives me nuts. All right. I am going to copy that. And I'm also going to okay, I need to put that back up there. Okay. I am going to go over create list screen, and in its on visible, and there we go. Now I'm going to go back to, should be able just to hit home. There we go. And I've got track a ticket, SharePoint site, continue. We come here, and it does show me one of the lists there. These are all the lists what we need to create. All right, I'm going to click on the button. And what's cool about this is, yeah, this is hard coded. Look, I mean, look at it. All right, create these lists. Um, hmm, Track a ticket. Site contents. Huh. Well, it's created two so far. I could do some different things with those flows to make them faster because for every list I'm doing a round trip. So I should probably create a list where you pass it an array or a comma separated value and then call the child flow. And that would happen all over on the flows end. And then I'm not anticipating that this will take too much time, but I might expect like 3 seconds per list. And as that's running, well, it's taking a while. A third list. Hmm. Documents. That's what's causing an issue. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, because we have a document library called documents. Oh boy, oh boy. I don't know if that, I just wish it would come back and give me an error if it's going to. Okay, here we go. Experience is what you get when you don't get what you want. We are getting some more stuff here. All right, we're getting more progress. Is it done? It is done. And I need to modify this so it doesn't try to create documents. Okay, I'm going to refresh this. And I'm looking for documents. I don't see it. So I'm hoping that it's like, oh, it's already there. Okay, our lists are created. now what we should do you know what I like about this? If I go into this loop, that's not what I was looking for. Okay. Okay, yeah. And then for all, we split these out based on a line feed. And then we call that, okay. And then we go get, after that loop, then we go get all the lists and repopulate the listing of lists. Okay. Reset txt. Create SharePoint list. Okay. I want to do something like this. I'm going to copy that. I want to go in here and I'm going to take all this. Well, select the whole thing, I guess. Copy that. I'm going to go over to app formulas. Let's go to the bottom here. I'll paste that, and I'll also paste that, the split. You know, I think probably the easier thing to do, not even messing with the split, is to say fx lists to create. And we'll do square brackets for a collection. And we might as well do something like value equals double quote. And let's do a comma. Okay, we'll get quite a few of them. Now, did you guys know that you can drag code? Sort of cool, huh? Bring that up there. I'm going to take all that out. There's all of this. Okay. And then here. Ooh, okay. Didn't know I was going to do that. I guess I'll show all of them here. So I'll do an FX to create. There we go. And what I need to do is do a concat to handle that. Char 10. All right. And there they all are. You mind shutting my door? Okay. I think we're good there. So yeah, I should still go through this. Now I need to get a full breakdown of this might be good. When we add a field to a list, these are all the things. Field create, a URL, display name of the list. Okay. So the column gets created there, and then we collect it into that. But what I need is a list of all the columns for each of the tables. Fields to add. All right, so I'm going to go over here and take a look at yeah, this is really the only pieces of information that we need. Field name 3. So we use that for the same thing there. Okay, type display name. Ooh. You'll get a drop down list there. Okay. All right. So over here in the formulas, let's go do a search for that. It's near the top. Okay. I'm going to copy that, go down here, paste that, give it a different name so I don't have to look at any errors. Okay, so fields to add. All right, we need to do some curly braces here. And what we're going to do, okay. Okay, I'm going to copy that. Formulas. And I might make it a little closer here. Okay. Fields to add. SharePoint list listing. Okay, so this is going to be list name. And the first one I'm looking at is assignment types. All right, so I'm going to copy that. Assignment types. Okay. All right, so I'm going to say field name. And this is funny. Looking at the schema for assignment types, it's a very basic table. We have an is active, which is a Boolean in a sort order. That's it. Everything else is going to be created. Okay. Sort order. SharePoint list listing. TXT field name 3. There we go. Field name, we need a SharePoint code. Ah, you see that? Huh. Formulas, I'll go do a search for that. And we don't have very many items here. But I'm going to copy this, put it down here. So really this is the SharePoint code is what we're looking for. Okay, there we go. All right, so sort order, you know what? That's going to be a number. SharePoint code. Type. Show and field listing. Okay, I don't think that needs to be added. Okay. I think I can create the rest of them as long as we don't have any errors, because we do have some errors right here. Wow, there's a lot of emails coming in. I'm going to mute that. Okay. All right. So there's there's one field. This one Yeah, assignment types. Okay, yeah. Sort order. No, we want is active. And that's going to be a Boolean. All right. Probably every list needs those two things. Sort order is active. It's looking good. Okay. All right. The next table is departments. Cut and departments. Did I really pluralize that? I did. I guess I did it more than once. Sort order is active. What other fields do we have? Oh, we got all kinds of stuff. Cost center. Hmm. And something that would be a great idea is we have something like that. And we'll go to departments. And I might want to do something like that. We got a manager ID. I messed that up, didn't I? Right there. Hmm. There we go. Color code. Single line of text, which would just be text. Oops. Sort order is active. So we got sort order is active. Cost center, manager ID, color code. All right. That's it. That's it for that one. All right. Request assignments. I don't think I needed all that. Hmm. Okay. Do they have a sort order? I do not see a sort order. Well, we do have a request ID. All right. Request ID is a number. Request subject. Assigned to ID. Assigned to name. Department ID. Assignment type ID. All right, then we got notes. Guys, is this not boring or what? doing this for you guys because I don't want you to have to do all of this stuff to install the ticketing system, you know. So we got notes. Ooh. Set up. Okay. And that's going to be called a note. Okay. Needs approval, yes or no? Request assignments. No, it's needs approval. That's a yes, no. Okay. And then we've got keep notified. Currently assigned. And that's it for that one. All right, what is the next table? It is request assignments. No, that's what that is, request assignments. Request categories. All right. And the first thing we need is sort order is active. I'll just go up to the top and get these guys. I'll put a comma there. And we'll paste that. Now the name of the table is this and that. Sort order is active. Now we do need a department ID. So we'll steal this one. And that's it for that table. Right. Next table. Request images. Mm-hmm. Hmm. This is part of the application I probably do want to change. I'd like to use a document library instead of just a regular SharePoint list for files. But what do we have here? We've got, yeah, it's going to be better setup if we did that. Okay. So I think I'm going to delete that. Yeah. And up here we'll say document library. All right. And we want that ID created by modified. No, that's up there. Okay. Type name. What about the title? All right, so what other fields should we have in this document library for images having to do with the ticket? We need a request ID. All right, so what I'm going to do is down here with these guys, single line of text. Okay. So this one must be a doc library. So I'll need to go back and address that. How are we going to handle is doc library? Hopefully it allows me to do that. Okay, so for that document library, there's the list name. Let's go get our comments here. I do use emojis in my code. Okay, so we do that, and we do need a request ID, which is a number. I guess we do need a long description for that. Because we really don't have, well, we do have, it's already in there. Description. Okay. So if I click here, that's weird. I'm going to say test and it's saving it. Look, there's a little description down here. I hope it's not rich text. File size, that seems like that might be important. It's funny they've got a field in here called like count. Yeah, okay. Let's go to the column settings. Okay, I'm going to go into the library settings. More library settings. Huh. Okay. Multiple lines of text. It's funny, I don't see any type of rich text that you normally get with multiple lines of text. Change the input to plain text will remove fonts colors. Well, how did I do that? See, that makes me believe that it is a rich text setup. So if I go back here, it's read only. Why is it read only? Okay, we can't use that. That's, nope, not doing it. I don't even want to see it. I'm so disappointed in it. All right, request images. All right, I'm going to call it long description. Boom. Okay. Image, long description, request ID is right there, and I think we're good. for that. I use a Blue Yeti microphone. So I don't know if you can see it all that well there, but it's a World of Warcraft edition. Um, I used to play a lot of World of Warcraft, but it just means I overpaid for the microphone because it had a World of Warcraft logo on it. Anyway, okay. Right, that one's done. The next, whew, the next list to create. After the image is request notes. Right, let's go look at list settings there. All right, put that there, and this will be request notes. All right. Show level ID. Then we've got no request ID. Notes. All right, then we got a status change. Then we have a request status ID. Percentage complete. Hmm. User ID. Hmm. Oh, okay. User ID is a number. I think I might go with a GUID, but for now, I'm just going to leave it user ID number. Huh. User's name. Okay. Single line of, yeah. Oh, there's a lot of Booleans. Hmm. There we go. Assignment ID. Parent ID. And that's it for that table. You guys gotta start talking to me. I'm gonna fall asleep here. All right, request notes, request priorities. All right. So essentially what we need is a sort order and an is active. I know at the very top we did that. Hmm. Somebody just came through the door, so I need to verify that's somebody I know. That would have been an interesting situation if I never came back. Yeah. Okay. So request priorities. We got those two things. We're good there. Very simple table. Site contents. Request priorities. Okay. So the next one is the request table. This is the big table right here. So we got quite a bit of stuff in here to handle. Oops. Question is, do we have sort order and is active? Doesn't look like it. Okay, that's fine. Request date time. Okay, I need that. Request date time is a date. Now, I don't think I have one for date yet. No biggie. So that is this date time guy. Field name. I know this live stream is getting long, but I feel like if I don't power through this, I might get distracted and not finish it. So trying to power through it. All right, so we got a subject line. So that's going to be, well, just do this for now. Now this is actually list name there. Request date time. Okay, we're going to do subject. This can be text. All right. Then we have body, which is multiple lines of text. So we'll use note for that. Body. Okay. All right. Requester ID is a number. Requester name. And of course, it's going to be text. And guys, these are the only simple types these are the only types I recommend to use in a SharePoint list. Now you could say note and text, or sort of the same thing. A note, you got multiple lines of a lot more text than 255. But a string, a number, a Boolean, or date time. This requester's name, text, that looks good. Person, affected, ID. And that's going to be a number. Person affected name. Okay. Let's go with one that's got text. Associated department ID. Yeah. Request status ID. Wait a second. Associated department ID. Okay, there's the person affected ID. There's their name. Then we have department. That needs to go right there. Go. There's the next one. Assigned to ID. Assigned to name. Priority ID. Require approval. And we're almost done with this table. We got category ID, which is number. The good news for you guys is that you don't have to do any of this. I'm doing this for you. You'll just have to hit a button that will do it all. All right. Category ID, SLA violation occurred. And of course, that's going to be a Boolean. Suggested technician ID. All right, the last field here is called suggested technician name. Michelle says, get the course. It's the best. Did it 2 years ago. So many cool things. People pay big money for this. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So the next one. So I really don't like that list. It's called request SLA violations. We didn't really do too much with that feature when we did this, but for the sake of completeness, I'm going to get it in here. So we got a request ID. And we need a little comment block like we have for everything else. Now that we have an SLA violation ID. All right, so it's SLA violation. You see here, it's a many-to-many relationship. So anyway, save that, go over here, and that's it for that table. All right. The next table let's see, request statuses. All right, not much to this. Request statuses. Over in my thing, I see text 1, text 2, text 3, and that's not in there. So that must have been me playing around or cat hitting the keyboard or something. All right. Request statuses. We've got sort order is active. Wow. We've got quite a few in here. Sort order is active. Reviewer entered. What? Oh, that's a yes, no. I don't even see that on there. Reviewer entered. Check this out. If we're here, why would we have a form? That makes no sense. Yeah, I don't like that. So yeah, we don't need to add that. And that's it. That's it for that table. Okay, that was request statuses. Screen use. I love this. I have this in all my apps. It's great. So for every screen on visible, it adds a record to screen use. You can see what's going on in your app. It's really nice. Very nice. All right, we got application name, which is text. Oh. Did I just mess that up? I think I did. Request ID, sort order, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Status. Yeah, that's right. All right. Screen name. At version, user email, info. So we need like 4 more text fields. 1, 2. Make sure you always get your commas in there. It's got app name, screen name, app version, user email, info. Never know what you might want to put in there. Session string. And I've also added one in my other Jumpstart kits called when. When did it happen? And of course, that needs to be date time. All right. So for example, here's the home screen. We go over here to invisible. Yeah, it's there. So we want to when now. That needs to be in everything. I think my session expired. I don't think it's really going to save. So when I copy that, I'm going to do a refresh here. Takes a while. There we go. Yeah, did it add it? Did it keep it? It did. That's good. And how we deal with start screen is we go, I'm sorry, in the on start, we go look for screen use. We don't do a clear collect. We patch it because we'll have a make sure that's in there. Not only that, I should like every time this comes up, where's my that guy right there? All right. That's how it should work. Okay, that one's in there. There we go. There we go. Yeah, it's a little bit of boring stuff, but I believe it has to be done. Okay. I think we did a good job there. All right. Okay. Go back over here. We got the win. Okay, that table's done. There's a list called show levels. All we need is a sort order and is active. And that's it for that table. Show levels is done. How many more do we got? We got 1, 2, 3. We got 3 more tables. All right, so SLA violations. And what do we have here? We got a time span, which will be a number. Time span interval, which is a single line of text. Right. Is active. There's an is active. Okay. Users. Very important table. A lot of times people don't think they should create a user table because it's all on Active Directory or intra, right? But it's nice to have everything in a tabular format in a table so that you can display the data and get at it in a very efficient manner. If you rely on the Office 365 users connector, and imagine you've got a table of 100 users, and you're like, oh, display name and email and all kinds of stuff. That's all their department, their boss. That's all over there. So you're trying to display 100 employees, maybe a lot more. And for every row, you're probably, using that connector, making a round trip to go find out information. Um, of course, that's going to make your application sluggish. So anyway, we got user fields. We got first name. Ooh. And of course, we got last name. Email. Let's see. Email. Photo, which for user photos, I do put the images in SharePoint in base64 text. We got photo, we got phone, notes, department ID is active, and then photo length. All right, so you know what I'd love to do? Detachable windows in PowerUp Studio. Sometimes it gets me so far. Oh, yeah, that'd be so nice. Yeah. And what about this coding window here? It would be nice if it cut off right here so you can still get at your properties, But anyhow. All right, back to app formulas. We need to finish this up. We got users for everything. Okay, first name, last name. Email. Now I'm going to say photo base 64 because better describes what's in there. Now there is a field called photo length that I like to capture. And it will be a number. Let's go ahead and do this. No. Now this will be a number. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I'm so tired. Yeah, it feels like a Saturday or Sunday afternoon for me. Are you guys all off of work this week? Ooh. In left panel with tree view, my last project, I have so many levels of containers. Yeah, no kidding. Yeah. Yeah, I got four screens and one of them is like a 50-inch curved monitor to be nice to take advantage of all that screen real estate. But okay. I think I just did a key press. Did I mess anything up? All right, I got photo base 64, photo length. And then, okay, I hit a comma one too many times. Okay. So after photo length, phone notes, department ID, it's going to be number, is active, Boolean. All right. First name, last name, email, photo, phone, notes, department ID is active, photo length is up there. And that's it. Let's take this guy out. And oh my goodness, just one more table. Okay, we got table is called user ticket notification. Well, with an S, plural. Okay, I need my little comment block. Has a comma in there. And there we go. Okay, we got a request ID. User ID. User email. And that's it. Are you guys ready to be impressed? Now that I have this collection, we could do some cool stuff. Fields to add. Okay. Yikes. Hmm. Okay, so how this is all set up, if I click on departments, it's going to go get all of the fields. And there are a lot of fields that SharePoint creates for you and doesn't really tell you about. All right, so yeah, let's do something like that. So I'll cut. What did I just click here and paste? Okay, there we go. Now I'm going to set the font fairly small for this guy. And so it's going to look at what list is clicked on. FX fields to add. But we want to filter that based on the table that they have selected. Here we got list name equals the selected of the gallery dot list name, probably title. And then we're going to call this what? Field name? Yeah, field name. Okay. And then I'll say field type. No. If I select that, it's not going to tell me. SharePoint code. Okay. This is really odd. I'm expecting this thing to the list name. Just looking at the display name. Okay. What? Yeah, am I looking at the right thing here? Oh, this needs to be display name. Field name. Really? There's nothing in there? Yeah, here's where the list name. No, this should be list name. Nothing's ever easy, is it? Right now we're looking for something that in documents. No, we need to click on like departments. There we go. This is good. I like it. Copy that button. Put a button down here that says create these fields. Okay. Now what this thing needs to do, I just need that right there for this guy. Okay. I think I want to start from scratch. All right. So we got a button over here that has the code that we need. So we call this for each record we're creating. Then we create the collection of listing of fields. Okay. Sounds good. I'm going to copy that. Hmm. I'll have to rewrite this in a different way, but we want to go through this with a for all. Oh, let's say as my and what I'll have to do, let's say clear COL flow responses. And then inside we'll say no collect. Hey Mark, you know I'm gonna expect a dad joke now. Adding one of the best darn features to the ticketing. Oh yeah. Are you talking about the dynamically creating SharePoint sites, lists, and fields? Isn't it cool? I think it's awesome. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to run that. For each field. Yeah. Yeah, it is a cool feature. You just wait. 2025, man, we'll be doing some code generation. We'll be whipping out apps so quickly. And AI just doesn't have style, you know? Okay. We're going to create a field. There's a URL of the SharePoint. Display name. I don't think so. Um, I think that's the list name. Yeah, that's the list name. Root SharePoint URL. And then we've got, SharePoint code. The field name. And if it's required or not. We'll just say false for now. Okay, so the list name is the field name that we need to get my dot field name from. And then we've got this guy. Instead of the field name, this is going to be the SharePoint code. Okay. And I don't think we need that. I think we just did that there. Listing of fields. Okay, so the listing of fields collection here is probably used right there. I really don't care too much about that, but we could put it in just for the sake of completeness. For all. Oh, hold on a second. I don't have to do that. We could be doing the collect. Right here. So the title, internal name, this is the code, the SharePoint code. Show and field listing, yes. All right, here we go. Departments. Now I'm going to open up departments. Look at this. I got this little button here that's going to help me out. Oh, okay. Here's departments. And I'm going to click on this button here. That was quick, huh? Look at this. Color code, cost center, created. Well, those are. What's weird? I mean, the order. I guess it's alphabetical. ST, except these last two, but whatever. We have is active. Okay, cool. And you know what I'd like to do whenever I how about this? Mr. AI, give me a listing of common departments in a medium to large size organization. Department names. This should be fun. Bada bing, bada boom. Okay. All right, so I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to say FX sample data departments. Okay, so we have title, executive leadership. Yeah, let's go with that. You know what I'll have the AI do for me? Put all these department names into a markdown. Ooh, no. Into JSON data. And I need fields. I need the following fields. So we're going to have title. Name of department. title, name of department, cost center, 3. Let's make it 4. 4-digit number. Manager ID. I don't think I want to populate that just yet. Sort order. Ordinal position. Is active. Sure. Okay, let's see how it does with that. And I'll show you what it's giving me here. I like it. All right, so we only have 15 departments. For the field names, take out the quotes before and after. But only on the left side of the colon. See if he handles that. Good deal. So we could just copy this right into the app.formulas. All right, we got 15. I am going to scroll to the top and hit that right there. This is great. Saves so much time. All right, so here's some sample data. How about if I... Let's create a different screen. It's far down there. I don't know if I'm willing to put up with that. Ugh. Here's a home screen. I can deal with the home screen. I don't normally go this long. Create list. Okay, so that's done. I want, oh my goodness, I gotta take that code out. That's bugging me. Input sample data screen. Okay. Let's save. You know what I need to do now is I need to take these guys out. I don't know, as long as they're not a conflict, I don't think I've got a person table. Okay. I am going to go in here and say add data, SharePoint. Track a ticket. How do you like that as an app name? Track a ticket. Request categories, request notes, request images. Good stuff. All right, we got a lot of tables added here. Now, we want to make sure that nothing has an _1. It's good. Now, have you guys noticed that you can go in here I was almost certain that they allow you to rename it. Now they allow you to rename that there. And I could rename this one. Isn't that interesting? But I can't do that for list. Now, if I try to add another SharePoint list with the same name, let's say screen use. It's going to add one at the bottom with a _1, right? Yeah, it won't allow me to rename it. But I guess certain connectors allow you to rename it. Okay. Okay. Um, let's use something like this. I really don't want to mess with responsive stuff because it's just a little utility for us. Okay, so here is that. Okay. I'm going to add in a regular container. Okay. And let me give that a little bit of a fill. Okay, it's taking the full thing there. Okay, great. Now I'm going to paste my gallery in there. Now, on the previous screen, was that contained by anything? No, I don't think so. All right, so let's open this up a little more. And let's see what we have to work with. How did that get populated? Let's go look for context variables. Okay. I almost want that to be a global, and I don't use globals very often, but on the on select, we'll set this guy up and we'll call it GBL site URL. This item dot URL. But if we create a new site, create a new site here, you know what we could do is just say set that to this URL right here. So then maybe on these other screens we could sort of show, well, that label right there shows which one. Try to move that in a little bit. There we go. So now I'm hoping that I could say GBL site URL. Yeah. Well, that doesn't necessarily help. That's maybe I should put that. Yeah. What about the invisible? I say SP site loc record. What do I pass over there? We got to navigate. At least I thought we did. Go to the first screen. I guess we didn't. Okay, we do the collect. Okay, so this is what I need to do. I need to say set global SP hmm, screen. There we go. We got a global site URL, and that needs to be taken out. See what happens when I start to use a global variable? It just ends up being a mess. Direct uses. Okay, so I guess it's not view text. Global site URL. Hmm. I want to say SP site. And it's just going to be this item. And then over here, I'm going to say last sites list new. Hmm. It should be at the very bottom. So there's a site list. Should only be one in there. But do a look up on it where the URL equals this. And that's going to give us the record. Okay. I'll click on team site, and then I'm going to click on this guy. So now when I go to the third screen, SP site dot title. Here we go. And then we'll go to a new screen right here. Okay, so this is going to show all of the lists within that site. Okay. In here, run screen check. All right, so we clear that. I don't think we need that local variable in there. And we're going to go get all the lists within a site URL. So fx, no, gbl sp site dot URL. And then we're going to go through them all. And I need to go to this screen and click on something else and then come right back and then go down to this screen. There we go. There's all of our fields. And it's got a problem with this thing. Let's go with GBL SharePoint site. There we go. All right. Okay, I am going to add a button in here. Load sample data. And let's make this a little more wide. 260. 220. 200. Okay, so what I want to do is I don't want to see it on every row. This item dot is okay, and then on the when I click on it, what I'm going to say is let's do a switch. And the switch will be based on this item dot title. And if you say ooh. So let's just say I had, on this screen, I'm going to put it in a button. This might be really cool. On the select, clear collect. Sample data calls. Ooh. Ooh. List name. Departments. And here we'll say data FX department. There we go. I like that. That's cool. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Font size. I guess this is a, yeah, there we go. Okay, so for this guy, let's make this like 18, maybe 20. There we go. And what's sort of cool about this is create that collection. For the visible, I'll say count rows. We'll filter this based on the list name. Yeah. The list name equals this item dot title. And if that is greater than 0, I'm expecting that departments would have something there. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. If it's greater than 0, now the list name, departments. Departments. Okay, it's display name, I guess. What? Yeah, I guess it is display name. What's in title? Nothing? All right, display name it is. There we go. All right. Hmm. Oh, an icon or something there. I'll take that out. Hmm. So I'm going to patch departments. And I'm going to, this would be sort of cool. Visible. This is sample data calls. Yeah. So that's what we, oh, do you see that? Explain this selection. This expression clears existing collection and collects new record into it, where the last name is set to a strange. Yeah, interesting. I've never used that before. Okay. So what I need to do here is Sometimes when you give the patch function to parameters, sometimes it gets a little grumpy. We did something here. This is what we need. My toddler's coming to the door. I might need to be right back. All right. Back. I think we put some on the board here. We got the filter, the data calls. Dot. No. Filter the data calls. Data. List name and data. List name. Oh, that needs to be a lookup. Comma data. There you go. Still doesn't like that. Huh. I wonder if I just said that, would it work? Nope. Why not? That's frustrating. I wonder what would happen if I were to clear collect. Because it needs the same schema. And Q6, I'll come back to the question in a little bit. I want to finish my train of thought here, which is I want to go filter departments with a false, so we get the schema information. think you're right. Display name. I was just looking at that. So we do a clear collect. And if I do a collect, what? This tooltip is the most useless thing. PowerFX formula bar. Ooh, cost center. Let's go look at cost center. I've got it a number over there. I mean, for all I know, cost centers could have alpha characters in it, so maybe it should be text. And I have it as a number there. Okay, so let's go look at that guy. Yeah. I mean, we're not doing any math with it, so why not make it a string? Because you know there's an organization out there that puts alpha characters in their cost center name, right? Hmm. All right, I'm going to say text for cost center. And then I'm going to go over here and change this to single line of text. We'll do a refresh there. All right. Oh, look at this. Now this thing doesn't have any problem with that. What? Maybe it's because the mismatch of the types. Look at that. All right, so check this out. Departments has no data in it. I want to run it. Let's see what happens. Look at that. Beautiful. I like it. Good deal. I like that, guys. So put that data there. All right, guys. Well, I'm beat, and we've gone over 5 hours. So If you guys are interested, the link is in the description of the video. If you'd like the course for gee whiz, I mean, I've sold the ticketing system course for like $497 for a long time now. And if you sign up for the membership, and you'll see in the video description, it's only $47 a month, no contract. So not only will you get the ticketing system course, but you'll get all kinds of other stuff. And I will show you this. So this is the insiders membership. I'm trying to simplify my offerings. And in this, you get the ticketing system course, among other things. Okay. It's normally going to be $97 a month, but Black Friday, Cyber Monday, you get locked in at the $47. So let me know if you guys have any questions about that. You guys have a great evening and a wonderful Thanksgiving. And see you guys next time. Bye-bye. I've got some cool stuff to show you, though, if you want to see it.
Out of this, a comment or even a like really helps the channel, and lets people like you know this is good content. Much appreciated. Ingredient for the hundreds of people that we've helped dominate in their organization. With this one skill, you're able to simplify processes for countless tasks like tracking leads, doing inspections, logging attendance, booking desks in a shared office, generating reports, tracking employee performance, and the list goes on. If you have a project that you need to get done, or you're an IT professional or a developer, or if you plan to eventually do some freelancing work with Microsoft Power Apps, I am literally the only person you need to accomplish your goals. Spreadsheets and all the old ways of doing things are becoming redundant, and the people who are able to build Power Apps are going to accelerate their professional career so much faster than everyone else who's okay being average. I have over 20 years experience as a software developer and have been working in Power Apps for over 3 years. We have lots of course material for you, but if you're eager to accelerate your expertise with Power Apps at a much faster pace and want to work directly with me, this is what me and my team are going to do for you. Number one, we're going to figure out exactly what projects and skills you're working on and the overall end goal. Number two, we're going to get clear on exactly what data sources are needed for your projects. If it's a particular project with a deadline, we're going to work with you to make sure that you meet that deadline. And number four, we're going to work with you to make sure that you master the platform. So not only can you finish any projects that you're currently working on, but the projects that come up in the future. And you might want to take those skills and become a freelancer in the future. If that sounds like something that you're interested in, and you want to expedite the process of being able to build apps that can literally be used for years, and you want to be an important asset to your organization and any future companies you work for, click the button below and we can have a 15-minute chat about what you're needing.